win those cases.
I know I say too much. Wish that I could somehow keep my mouth shut.
of Trustees on September 17th, 2020 at 5:08 p.m. Due to health and safety concerns related to the COVID-19 coronavirus, this meeting will be conducted by video conference or telephone call. At least a quorum of the board will be participating by video conference or telephone in accordance with the provisions of sections 551.125, 551.127 of the Texas Government Code that have been suspended by order of the governor. Members of the public may access this meeting via AISD website at www.aisd.net. The Board of Trustees on September 17th, 2020, beginning at 6:09 p.m., will reconvene in closed session pursuant to sections 551.071 through 551.084 of the Texas Government Code in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act for the topics set forth on our agenda. We will reconvene in open meeting at approximately 6:15 p.m. Thank you.
President May,
Yes.
I believe you stated the closed session time incorrectly. You stated at 6:09 p.m. is when we would begin.
Okay. We will reconvene in open meeting at approximately 6:15 p.m.
No, as far as when we begin, that we're beginning at 5:06 p.m. in closed. You stated at 6:09 p.m.
Oh, my apologies. The Board of Trustees on September 17th, 2020, beginning at 5:10 p.m. will convene in closed session pursuant to sections 55071, 551.071 through 551.084 of the Texas Government Code in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act for the topics set forth in our agenda. Thank you very much, Dr. Reich. Thank you, Frank. We will start our meeting with the opening ceremony. Please join Dr. Aaron Reich in leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, President Mays. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Reich. Just want to remind everyone to please mute so that there will be no disturbance to anyone else listening. If you are unmuting and talking, please make sure that your phone is silenced. Thank you. Next in our agenda, we will open our public hearings on Schools First, the State Financial Accountability Rating System. Dr. Cavazos.
Thank you, President Mays. And the Texas Education Agency released its 2020 Financial Accountability Ratings for all of Texas school districts. State law requires each district to hold a public hearing to discuss its rating and to invite public comment on the rating. Tonight, Tony Drollinger, our Executive Director of Finance, will present a report on our financial accountability rating. Following his report, we certainly invite public comment on that rating. Mr. Drollinger.
Thank you. President Mays, board members, Dr. Cavazos, good evening. School First is the financial rating system used by the Texas Education Agency to hold school districts accountable for the quality of their overall financial management practices, as you well know. It is designed to encourage school districts to provide the maximum allocation of their resources into the classroom, and it also highlights and discloses the quality of financial integrity management decisions that we make. And the first is an acronym. And for the 2020 year, I'm pleased to announce that Arlington ISD was awarded the highest rating, which is A Superior, and which is the same rating that we have received last year. And in fact, this system has been in effect for 18 years, and for all 18 years, Arlington ISD has received the highest rating for each of those years. A little bit of background on the system, I'll let you read that, but basically the 2020 worksheet contains 14 indicators, and it is based on student, staff, and financial data from the most recently audited year, which for the 2020 report then is for the 2018-19 fiscal year. This is the breakdown of the ratings that a school district may be assigned, A through F. You see the point scale listed there. Over time, that scale has collapsed to make the system more rigorous and a little bit harder to receive the higher ratings. This is the only system that TEA has to as a predictor of a school district's financial health. And depending on how a school district fares, the agency is able to maybe tell when a school district is in trouble of failing before they actually fail. This is the only real test that TEA has to watch a school district's financial management. There are some key components of the first system. As you see here, the report, we have to issue an annual financial management report that includes these items here, among some other things. We have to hold a public hearing to give individuals the opportunity to comment on the report, which is what we're doing here this evening. We also have to make the School First evaluation and the financial management report available to the public. And as of tomorrow, this report that you have received will be available to the public. But also on the TEA website, any interested party can go pull down the sheets for any school district in Texas and see what their ratings are as well. Finally, we did have to post an advertisement in the newspaper about this public hearing, and we did that. That's what I have prepared for this evening. At this time, I'll be happy to answer any questions, and it would be appropriate to invite public comment.
Okay, very good. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, there was a little delay there. So, Ms. Benjamin, do we have any registered speakers for the open public hearing?
No, ma'am, we have no registered speakers for this public hearing.
Okay, so if there are no cards and no registered speakers for the public hearing on schools first, the state financial accountability rating system is now closed. Now we come to our open forum for agenda items. As stated on the posted agenda, members of the public who desire to address the board regarding an item on the agenda are required to register by sending an email to the Superintendent of Schools Secretary, lbenjamin@aisd.net, no later than 3 p.m. the day of the board meeting. Mrs. Benjamin, do we have any requesters registered to address the board regarding agenda items?
Yes, ma'am, we have 3 registered speakers this evening. We have Miss Linda Porter, Wenda Belfield, and Marisol Fritz.
Okay, Miss Benjamin, I heard you speaking, and I'm sorry, it might be me having connection issues, but I didn't hear any names. So if you could please repeat that for me, please.
Yes, ma'am. Our first speaker is Linda Porter. Our second speaker is Wendell Belfield. Our third and last speaker is Marisol Fritz.
Okay, so I'm looking for Miss Porter.
Yes, I'm here.
I see she's muted, so I'm just going to read. Okay, very good. I'm going to read that this is a routine part of the school board's agenda for regularly scheduled meetings. This segment of the meeting provides citizens with an opportunity to share their views with the trustees on items that are on the agenda tonight. It is not intended to be a discussion or a debate, and trustees will not reply to the speakers. Derogatory comments aimed at an individual will not be tolerated. Personnel matters are not appropriate subjects for open forum, and you will have 5 minutes to speak. Mrs. Benjamin will notify you when your time is up, and at that time, please end your presentation. Linda Porter, your time starts now.
I'm gonna get unmuted. Okay.
I can hear you. Now you are muted, Ms. Porter.
Muted. Okay, can you hear me now?
So hit your unmute button one more time.
Okay.
Okay, there you go.
President Mays, there is a delay. She was responding to your delay, so Ms. Porter's muted again.
She is.
I don't know if it's it may be my computer that's doing it. So, okay. All right. Good evening, everyone. And okay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for listening to me. I had some concerns of us returning back to in-person school as far as the students and the staff. One was that when you all make decisions, there's a decision based on what the CDC has in guidelines for us returning. And the next one was if your students' parents wants to still keep going things virtual, my thing is what is in place for all of that as well, as far as keeping the safety of the staff where we at working and make sure that everything's sanitized and clean on a regular basis. Who's gonna be responsible? Is gonna be the staff, or you have a separate staff to come in and do that as well. And those were my concerns. And I don't know if you heard me or not. Okay, I can't hear you, so I may. Did I cut the volume? No.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, now I can hear you. Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, I do believe there is a delay, but we did hear you, and thank you very much for your comments, Ms. Porter.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Looks like our next speaker, Mr. Belfield, is there.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Your time starts now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. As usual, I want to run through the metrics first. So just kind of knock down through the 5 metrics going going from top to bottom. So the 7-day moving average of the COVID-like illness, we are currently flat between 1.6 and 1.8%. However, the metric for that is a 2-week down trip. So we have been flat, varying by about just at 0.2% over the last 2 weeks. But because we're not in a 2-week downtrend, the entire county on the school guidance dashboard will be showing red right now. So that is a little bit of an issue because of hypothetically, we could go all the way down to 0%. And at that point, we can't go any lower. So that would, based on that definition, we would trigger the whole county red. They are taking a look at that and seeing, if there's a way to kind of accommodate that or figure out how to handle that. And also see if we have enough data gathered now that we can establish a threshold for COVID-like illness, similar to what we have for the other metrics. But if you go to the guidance dashboard and you see everything red, that's currently the reason why that COVID-like illness is flat. It's not trending down anymore. As far as case counts, last week we had 1124. This week we will be higher. We already have 1249 and we haven't got the whole weekend yet. So we will be higher. We'll see at the end of the week if we're still below that 2,000 or less metric. The positivity rate, Saturday and Sunday, there were high numbers. We are currently 11%, but middle of the week tends to be a lot lower on that. So I expect by the end of the week, we'll probably be back down around the 10% or less there. COVID beds, we show 4% of all hospital beds. If you hear reported later by the district that 6% number, what they are doing is they're basing that on the number of occupied beds, not total beds. And that's a improper way to do it. So to give you an example of why, let's say we were predicting a spike and we cleared out all the occupied beds. So the only beds left in the hospital were COVID occupied beds. Well, then their percentage would be 100% because that means every single bed in the hospital is a COVID patient. So of course that doesn't make sense because you have excess, you have additional capacity. So you really need to be reporting based on total beds, not COVID, not occupied beds when you're reporting. So that would be the 4% number. Looking out wider, how are other colleges, other schools handling this? We see colleges are tracking thousands of positive cases around the country, but they are not finding any hospitalizations. So they're tracking those cases and they're not leading to hospitalizations. And that's very encouraging because we should expect similar results for kids returning to school. So out of the 200,000 deaths, unfortunately, in the United States, the one positive thing out of this is less than 100 children in the 5 to 19-year-old range have died of COVID. So the children themselves are at extremely low risk from COVID. Now, being out of school, there are other risks. So I know we talk safety, we need to think overall safety of our children. In the Fort Worth board meeting they had 2 nights ago, a pediatrician mentioned in Cook Children's, they had 3 times the number of children in the hospital from attempted suicides and COVID cases. And a lot of them, they believe, are just stemming to some of the isolation and things they're feeling from just this rough time. So just want people to think in terms of safety, think of overall picture, not just in terms of the school setting itself. But all of that said, that doesn't negate the risk of school or staff or the ability of children to bring home to the family. So I'm really grateful that we're giving the option to everybody to be able to stay virtual the whole school year if they choose to do so. And that really leaves the adult school employees. And I certainly heard the fear in the teacher's voices last time. And I remember the one teacher even reading her obituary. And I just want to say I empathize. My wife is going to be right there. She's working face-to-face with special needs students. A lot of these won't be able to wear masks. So just really hope the district continues to be accommodating as possible, especially with those teachers that have comorbidities, and just encourage everyone to research the risks there. And then finally, just wanted a little bit of what other districts are doing. So you probably know Fort Worth ISD voted not to exercise their waiver. This was actually yesterday morning, real early, they voted. So they're going to be starting back October 5th. Grand Prairie started back September 21st, and I think Dallas is starting in that same time frame. I'm not aware that any of those are doing the hybrid, however, so I think we may be unique there. Wanted to throw out real quick, I know you probably heard about Fossil Ridge. I guess they had to shut down their entire school. That was really due to teachers. Too many teachers had to quarantine. So one of the teachers that had it, they had 12 students and 2 employees. And with that, I think with substitutes, they didn't have enough substitutes. So final thing I want to say is to offer, is there any way we can help with substitute teachers? If you're at a lack of substitute teachers, is there a way? I have a flexible schedule. I'd be willing to help out if you have not enough substitute teachers. And I know a lot of other parents that may have flexible schedules and would be willing to help too. So if there's any way we can help, I would certainly like to offer help in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bellefield. Our next speaker is Ms. Fritz.
Okay.
There you go. I hear you.
Hi. Okay. How many minutes do we have?
You have 5 minutes starting now.
Okay, great. Okay. Good evening, members of the board. We are now day 185 of 15 days to slow the spread. Students are still not in school, and when they do return for hybrid instruction, they will be treated via draconian measures imposed by AISD. You will have them fill out a COVID symptom map every single morning, take their temperature at the door, isolate them for sniffles, cough, congestion, and symptoms that could very well be attributed to allergies, and continuously made to feel that something is wrong with them. Parents will have to leave work and students will be sent home regularly. Then they'll have to get a doctor's note to return, only to possibly do it all over again the next day when they return. They'll have to walk in single file lines like soldiers, made to social distance 6 feet apart, eat lunch at their desks, and the worst part, forced to be muzzled by a mask for 8 hours. This muzzle is now part of the dress code and falls under the student code of conduct. Kids that resist will be punished. AISD can't even control bullying, let alone the forcing of masks. What peer-reviewed science does AISD or the Tarrant County and the Arlington health officials have that supports the efficacy of masks? That information should be made to the public. And why is AISD enforcing an unlawful, unconstitutional mandate? In a recent statement by the CDC, cloth masks will not protect you from wildfire smoke. Cloth masks do not catch small, harmful particles in smoke. Smoke particles are 0.4 to 0.7 microns per the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. The pore size of cloth face coverings range from 20 to 100 microns. The COVID virus is 200 to 1,000 times smaller than that at 0.1 microns per the World Health Organization. The top U.S. health officials, Surgeon General Jerome Adams and Dr. Fauci, initially advocated against masks and then suddenly flip-flopped. What changed? The science regarding the efficacy of masks in regard to respiratory viruses and particle sizes did not change. It was the political agenda that changed. The bottom line is that the wearing of masks is a medical decision and should only be between a parent and a child's doctor. First, it's masks. Next, it will be mandatory COVID vaccines. At the last board meeting, one of your board members asked the Tarrant County health official, what would you do with your children? He stated that he would not send his kids back to school until a vaccine was available. This was subjective. This was a subjective answer and was highly unprofessional and biased and promoted more fear mongering amongst the community and could have influenced parents to keep their children home. Parents should be informed regarding the risk versus benefits of a COVID vaccine, especially one that has been rushed and not proven to be safe. At this point, it looks like they may be skipping the animal trials altogether, which is the most important part of ensuring the safety of the vaccine. In the 1980s, the Supreme Court granted vaccine manufacturers immunity from lawsuits surrounding injury and death by vaccines. If you or your family member dies from this vaccine, you cannot sue them. The loophole is vaccine court, which to date has paid out $4 trillion in regards to those that have died or suffered severe injuries from vaccines. All of this information is provided online via government websites, and it's to everyone can see it at any point as long as they know about it. Also, I wanted to give a couple of facts. I am a frontline worker in the emergency room, and I have lost a shift every single week for 6 months. I think this is highly odd for somebody, for it being a pandemic, and it's been odd to me. Also, I'd like to know if you all saw the Texas Department of Health statistics here this week, which they informed the public that they mixed old data with new data in August. Also, more misinformation regarding cases. If you watch the Humble ISD, they had their board meeting, they spoke of this and broke it down. Asymptomatic transmission rates have still yet to be proven as far as the studies go. And then I also wanted to bring up something from the last board meeting as well. The teachers who read off their hypothetical obituaries, I've really felt that promoted more fear mongering. And it just was very concerning that, people were that scared to return to the classroom. I feel what would have been appropriate is if maybe the obituaries of the students that have died during this closure the actual people that have died, like students, would have been read, because that's actually happened and it has been happening. And if you get on the Tarrant County website and look at the deaths, I'd like to see somebody
Ms.
let us know.
Fritz, your time is over.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fritz.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda is our discussion action item, starting with reopening schools for the 2020-21 plan update. Dr. Cavazos.
Thank you, President Mays. And this evening, like every board meeting in recent memory, we are providing an update for our reopening plan. We had an extensive discussion last board meeting, so this will just cover some of the new areas and then certainly open it up to questions. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Brown to lead us through the update.
Thank you, Dr. Cavazos. Good evening, President Mays, members of the board, and of course, our Superintendent Cavazos. Thank you for the opportunity this evening to provide a brief return to school update that we have for you today. And we'll cover three major topics today. We'll talk about enrollment and our update on our numbers, and we'll give a comprehensive update on in-person learning, as well as look at some of our AISD data, COVID data, as well as our Tarrant County metrics. We'll be able to share some updated data with you this evening. So of course, as always, we begin with our guiding principles. The first one, of course, being around flexibility and grace. We know, of course, we're in uncharted territory, so we're asking for flexibility and grace, and we're also, of course, extending that to our stakeholders as well. Educational equity, making sure all of our students have access, equal access to resources, and of course, to a rigorous learning environment, whether it's in person or it's virtual. And of course, prioritizing the health and safety of our staff members and our students as well, and valuing input from our stakeholders, as you'll hear some updated information around a survey that we issued just a few days ago. So we'll start with something super positive and great. We had our Hello Pre-K event on September 8th, and we distributed over 2,900 backpacks to our Pre-K 3 students and Pre-K 4 students, and our teachers were there with the backpacks and did a kind of a drive-through process where we handed the backpacks out to our students, and our parents were super excited. And we had one of our parents send a note and a picture that says, you know, when my kid got home, he went right to work, started writing his name, and that the materials that we provided him helped him be successful. So we are super excited that our Pre-K 3s and 4s are launching the school year, even in this capacity, in a positive way. So an update on our registration numbers. We are currently at about 96% of our projected enrollment, which is 56,787 students. I've updated you over the last several board meetings on our operation registration task force at the campus level to really make sure we're reaching out to any of those parents who either had not registered, or any of our students who know that we'd be able to connect with them and provide resources and support to help them register. So now we'll launch into our in-person learning, and we'll start with health and safety. We'll just talk briefly about our Tarrant County metrics for in-person learning, just to make sure we have the safe environment. So we all know the metrics probably by heart by now. So that 7-day moving positivity average being 10% or less, at least 2,000 cases per week, less than that per week. 4 weeks of data showing stable or declining case counts, our COVID-like illnesses trending lower for 2 weeks, and then the percent of hospital beds occupied by COVID patients being below 10%. The final metric does involve the plan that we already submitted to Tarrant County, and we got that plan approved. So here is the data. That is the most current data from the dashboard. Our 7-day moving average positivity rate is 12%, and that is as of September 12th. We have, there were 1,399 cases as of September 12th. And right now, the end of the week will be the 19th. So we'll be able to share that update after this week closes. The 7-day moving average for COVID-like illnesses is steady at 1.7 as of yesterday, actually. And as of yesterday, 4% of total beds were occupied by COVID patients. Just a reminder about the health precautions for in-person learning. Our students and staff members and visitors will be required to complete that daily health questionnaire if they're experiencing COVID-like symptoms or were around anyone who was positive. And then we'll be able to view the results of that questionnaire to determine if the student can attend in-person learning if the staff member can report to work or if a visitor can gain access to the building. And as we said, many times our goal is to keep COVID as much as we can outside of the school. And so these precautions are in place to make sure we can try to mitigate that spread. So we did talk to you about temperature checks at the door, and we have been checking temperatures of visitors and staff members and students, even during our in-person learning for our special population students. And so now we are actually going to be using thermal body temperature detection devices. And this is going to be really a powerful tool for us to be able to use across all of our schools. We've purchased 100 devices, which will provide adequate temperature screening at the campus and allow us to be able to screen 40 students or 40 people at one time. You can imagine when all students, maybe a group of students come at one time, if you have to manually check one student at a time, it can be a little labor intensive and a little time consuming. And so this option will allow us to be able to move quickly and get our students and staff members in the buildings and to their appropriate place safely. And we plan to launch this on September 28th, which will be the first day of our in-person hybrid instruction. Water supply. So we know how much our water fountains are used by students. And again, anything we can do to mitigate the possible spread of COVID-19, we have definitely investigated that. And so as a result, we have disabled and in the process of disabling all of the water fountains in school, just as another mitigation tool or strategy. We are encouraging our staff members and students to bring their own bottle of water to school every day. We realize that some students may not be able to do that or may forget. We're going to have bottled water available and accessible for all of our students and staff members so they're able to drink water in a safe fashion. And then as a part of our 2019 bond, we have select fountains at campuses, at each campus actually, that will be modified or replaced to include a bottle filling option. So throughout the school year, it'll be a multi-month process. But students who bring their own water bottle then would be able to utilize a bottle filling station and be able to fill with their own water from the station. So our campuses, as you know, have been readying and trying to get ready for a safe and healthy launch to our in-person learning, where we have a lot more students, of course. So all of our campuses are writing back to school campus plans. So with the help of their leadership teams, they are working with the area superintendent to make sure that the plans are robust, provide all the information that staff members will need as it relates to conference times, lunch schedules, who's going to cover PLCs, how do you engage, how do you enjoy recess for your students to make sure it's safe, and how you're enjoying and experiencing common areas like the copy room, the teacher's lounge. Again, just to make sure we can do our very best to mitigate the spread of COVID-19. And this is an example of Johns Elementary. All of these are hyperlinks actually. So if a teacher were to click on one of these, it would open up the hand washing schedule, for example, on the campus. So now let's talk a little bit about AISD COVID data and how we are tracking data internally and how we'll be transparent in our communication with the public. So we have launched our cumulative dashboard actually today, and the website is right there in the bottom left-hand corner. This is actually updated on Tuesday. So every Tuesday in connection with our Annette Minnerly and Health Services and our HR department, who's looking at confirmed cases and support for those staff members, we are publishing this information by school on the dashboard. So at any given moment, a parent, a community member, you as trustees are able to log on and see weekly how we are progressing with our cases. So as of Tuesday at 3 p.m., we had 12 active student cases and staff cases and 4 active student cases. And as you're aware, this changes daily, but it will only be updated weekly. So I can share more recent data with you right now in terms of our employee COVID data. We currently have 14 employees who have received a positive COVID diagnosis. As a result, we have 40 employees who are currently under quarantine, and 30 of those are under quarantine because they were possibly exposed during work or at work, at school or in their department. So now let's continue our conversation about in-person learning and talk about stakeholder input. Just a reminder, our hybrid schedule does begin on the 28th, and that will be for 2 very short weeks where we'll be attending School by Alpha, and that's going to be for pre-K 12. We already know who those special populations are who are attending every day. The 9th is a holiday, so we'll actually just have, 9 full days of instruction during this hybrid program. So what we were to do, we wanted to make sure we were repolling parents. So we know that our parents did submit information when they registered about their intention for in-person or virtual learning. A lot of time may have transpired since they made their original designation. So we wanted to repoll those parents. So after the board made their decision on September 3rd, the next day, we communicated to our parents, district-wide communication that went out, letting them know how we were going to repoll them. Starting last week, polling those parents, the repolling has been complete as of the 14th. And so now what we're doing is just making sure that our data tracking system in Teams is accurately reflecting what the parent choice is. Now that campuses have that information, tomorrow they will continue and finalize any kind of leveling they may have to do. Again, during this 2-week process of hybrid, we want to make sure that that's our opportunity to crystallize our protocols, our safety processes, and try our very best to have as small of the classroom as we possibly can during this 2-week period. So if we have to make any leveling or adjustments or even parent requests because of extenuating circumstances, parents will get that information on Monday. So no later than Monday, all of our parents will know if there's been a shift in their schedule. If not, it's going to be certainly if you're A through L, you know when you're going to come, and M through Z, the campuses will be communicating that to our parents. So here is the most recent survey results that we have. Again, it trickles in every few minutes actually. So right now we have about 49% of our polled parents who want their children to return in person. We have about 39% virtual and 12% are unknown. And with that unknown, it actually can be a couple of reasons why it's unknown. One would be that we've not been able to make contact with the parent. The other possibility is that we're still continuing to upload that data. So we want to get as accurate of a picture as we can by tomorrow to start communicating with our parents. So once parents do make that selection, we know there are circumstances and issues that may arise that may cause them to change their mind. For example, if I initially chose virtual instruction, but after a few weeks of learning, I decide with my children that we want to go ahead and send them in person. We want our parents to have that possibility and flexibility. What we're asking is for up to 5 days of processing time to pivot to the opposite instructional model. It does require some behind the scenes work in terms of scheduling and just making sure that our coding is appropriate in our team system for attendance. So we want to have just a few days of headway on that. As you're aware, some districts are making parents lock in 6 weeks or 9 weeks at a time, and we're sticking with the 5 days because we know some things happen and some things happen without any warning. So what we're asking for is during this 2-week hybrid window is that we don't have any changes. For example, if you choose virtual learning and it's October 2nd and you decide that you want your child to come in person, we're asking that those changes be implemented beginning on October 13th. And that will allow us that 2 solid weeks to make sure all of our systems and structures and protocols are in place and solid for when we do allow a lot more students to come on October 13th. So the whole goal is that we honor the request of the parents while making sure that we support the need for continuity of instruction for our students and our staff members. So for hybrid learning support, just to let you know that our asynchronous plan that you all approved during our last board meeting was approved by TEA, and that of course outlined all of our sample schedules, what the teaching and learning would look like for all of our students pre-K-12, how the teacher and student would interact in that environment as well. And so we did get approval to continue moving forward. Our curriculum and instruction team in partnership with the Office of School Leadership and Professional Learning and our technology team as well, they're creating a hybrid survival guide. So we're not just survivors, we're thrivers in Arlington, but we want to make sure that our teachers have additional resources, activities, ways that they can truly be able to manage efficiently both of those groups, having students at home, having students in the classroom simultaneously. And so this hybrid survival guide actually will be published tomorrow. So our teachers will have access to this for a full week before they start their dual kind of teaching environment. So again, just lots of information, consideration, strategies that they can engage in for their hybrid classroom. As it relates to technology, we provided an update over the course of several weeks about the number of devices that we've issued and hotspots that we've issued as well. So we again are still encouraging our students, if you have been checked out a device from Arlington, we ask that you bring that device to school if you are engaging in in-person learning, or if you've been working at home using your own personal device, we ask that you bring that to school as well. And then we're continuing to acquire additional devices and hotspots to make sure that we're able to fulfill the needs as students do come back to in-person learning. So our teachers who've been working diligently throughout this entire closure, believe it or not, have already started getting their classrooms ready, but they have that flexibility to come in and to work in their classrooms, from their classrooms as necessary prior to the start of in-person learning. And campus leaders will continue to meet with staff. That's going to be designed during the week before we have in-person learning. They'll engage in safety walk simulations, review safety protocols and procedures so that when kids do arrive on the 28th, that everyone's prepared for that. We're also making sure, of course, that we are protecting September 24th and 25th so that teachers have designated time to work in their classrooms, prepare to pay in as well. And of course, for principals to still be able to make sure during those 2 days, all safety protocols have been taught and have been practiced in the building. During the 2 days, all of our students will engage in asynchronous instruction, so teachers can be free to work in their classrooms. As far as special education programs, we have 4 programs, the first 4, that have been engaging in daily in-person learning since August 17th. We are now going to offer daily learning for additional special education programs beginning on the 28th. And that's for our pre-vocation students, our individuals, students with severe and profound disabilities, as well as our social and emotional academic success students, which are C students. Now, this is only for students who are self-contained. So for example, if it's a student who receives resource learning where they spend most of their time in the general ed environment, on the 28th, they would still do their hybrid schedule. And then starting the 13th, all of our students, of course, if the parents do select in-person learning, are able to come to school every day. And all of our special education students at the high school level will not attend hybrid. They will actually attend every single day if their parent selects in-person learning. That was just really important that we're able to capture as much maybe missing learning that many of those students may have experienced over the last several months of closure. So beginning the 13th, those high school students who opt into in-person learning can attend daily instruction. We spent some time last meeting talking about pre-K and kinder masks. So we've done a little digging and some more research. And so we talked to some pre-kinder and kinder teachers, talked to a few principals, as well as Annette Minnerly in health services, just to make sure that we're making the appropriate call for our pre-K and kinder students. And so this is what we came up with, is that we are still encouraging our pre-K and kinder students to bring a mask to class. While they're in the classroom, they will not be required to wear the mask. When they're napping or engaging in lessons, they will not wear the mask. However, the teachers will ask them to use the mask to just teach proper sanitation, when it's appropriate to wear a mask, etc. When they are in the hallways transitioning and there are other groups of students or staff members around, we're going to ask our students just to mask up briefly to make sure that we are as safe as possible during those transitions. And that sums up this brief update this evening for you, and I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you so much, Dr. Brown. Do I have any questions from colleagues? Okay, I don't see any question. Mr. Wilbanks, do you have a question?
Thank you, President Mays. I do have a brief question. Dr. Brown, if you could go back to the last slide about the mask use.
Yes, sir.
And hold on, I'm gonna look up something here. So I know in our handbook, we were outside of the kindergarten issue, we require students to show up with a mask and enter the classroom with a mask. But my concern is, I think there's some language in our guidebook that says if once they're at their desk, they're allowed to take the mask off. Understand taking the mask off when they have to eat, but does that go against guidelines allowing them to take the mask off while they're seated at their desk?
Yeah, we're going to make sure that they are masked up, especially if they're around other students. Now, what we're asking teachers to do is to give students mask breaks. That's typically going to be when they're at recess. It could be when they're in the cafeteria eating or drinking, but when they're around other students, especially in closer proximity, we are going to ask them to keep their masks on.
Okay, and I think the language in our safety protocol guidebook, I was looking for the exact language. Bear with me.
No problem.
I don't have it, but it can be interpreted that while they're at their desk, they can take their mask off, and it's not required at that point. And I would like us to revisit that. And then my other question is, also, I know fine arts is going to be a challenge, and it definitely, the guidelines in the guidebook for fine arts said that the students were required to wear the mask coming into the classroom. While they're not singing or performing on their instrument, will they also be required to wear the mask at that time, or just when they exit the classroom?
That's correct. If they're not engaging in any choral activity or playing of instruments, they will be required to wear their masks.
Okay. Well, our guidelines on the website do not make that clear. It says only required to enter the classroom. So I'd make sure that it's clear that they are required to wear the mask when not performing or when not practical. When practical or when not performing, they should wear the mask at all times.
Yes, sir. We'll definitely revisit that.
Yeah. And I believe that on page 7 of the guidebook that went out to staff lists that the mask is optional at the desk.
Trustee Wilbanks, we'll definitely revisit that and get with Annette Minnerly just to make sure that we are on the same page with what's expected.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Wilbanks. Any other questions, Ms. Walton?
Thank you, President Mays. I just want to thank Dr. Brown and the others who came together to review pre-K kindergarten mask wearing and to come up with a sensible plan. I think this is going to be a good thing. And I predict that 4-year-olds and 5-year-olds will probably do better than some of our other grade levels as far as trying their best to abide by this. And hopefully at some point we can help all of our students understand the purpose and why we have to do this. Purpose always helps kids, to understand and to do what needs to be done. So thank you again for all the work of the people involved, Dr. Brown. Please pass that along to everyone else.
I sure will. Thank you, Trustee Walton.
Thank you, Ms. Walton. Are there any other questions, Mr. Hogg? Mr. Hogg, did you have a question? You're muted.
Sorry about that, President May. I was on mute. Ms. Brown, on the school return to school plan for each individual campus, will that be posted on their website? I know you said the intranet teachers can see it. Will parents be able to see that?
That was really just for staff in terms of just transitions and what's happening period and when you eat lunch. So
how are you communicating that information out to parents?
So what part specifically? Because this is mostly more internal, like what's going to happen in recess, what's expected of the teacher, when they're in the copy room, when they're in the cafeteria, what's expected of students. We're using the parent guidebook that we published that actually was just updated by our communications team to provide more information to parents about what they can expect in the classrooms and at school.
And so, listen, I haven't had a chance to read through those school plans. Will those be provided to us for us to review?
Dr. Cavazos?
Yeah, so yes, and I will tell you that they're customized for schools. And so I don't know that that they're all going to have the same format and things like that. It's simply a resource tool for teachers and the staff at the buildings. I don't know that that we haven't set a standard of consistency and things like that. It's just simply to communicate, a tool to communicate.
And as long as the purpose of this is communication, because it was like which way are hallways going, which things of that nature. I think that is information parents are going to be associated. Now, if there's another way we're communicating that out to students and each principal is pushing that out in another way, that's fine, understandable. But there were some items that were listed on that without us seeing the links that I want to know how we're communicating out, because there's lots of questions about what is going to happen. The parents want to know how students are going to transport within the schools, how changes between classes are going to occur. And I know that information is going to be listed in there on the internet. And I want to know, is that information, how is that going to go out to parents? Because, there's clarification, but that our guidebook is across all districts. So how are you communicating each individual campus?
So I think, and Mr. Hogg, you tell me if this is helpful or not. It may be more helpful for us to provide to the board how campuses are communicating pertinent information to the parents.
That's fine.
That way we make sure that it meets certain, we'll tell you exactly what they're communicating, examples and things, versus trying to review 70, different things that are really more internal and some external. They all are communicating to parents. What may be helpful is to share with the board, here's the way the campuses are communicating with parents, and the specific kind of highlights of entry, exit, hallway, lunch, and things like that.
Those are the key factors. That's what I want to know, because you hear from parents constantly, and the questions have already come. What is the plan for this? What is the plan for A? What is the plan for B? And parents want to know.
Sure.
We're asking them to choose virtual versus in person, and there's not 100%. They don't, listen, we hear stuff from the district as a whole, but we all know parents are concerned about what's happening at my campus, and that's what they want to know. So if we have a plan of how we're communicating that out to parents, that will suffice perfectly fine. On the dashboard, Ms. Brown, when someone tests positive, and then for that data to change, are we requiring a test that they are negative for them to come back?
That Annette Minnerly can answer that question. we'll let Annette answer that, Dr. Brown.
Yes, sir.
So Annette, if you're there, I don't know if you heard the question there, Annette.
We're currently at the recommendation of Tarrant County Public Health and our Public Health Authority. We're using the CDC symptom-based criteria for ending isolation. And so a negative test is not required as long as they've been absent at the minimum or in excess of the required isolation period, and they no longer have an active fever, and all their other symptoms have improved and are improving.
So Ms. Minnerly, how does that, you have, I can't remember the number off the top of my head, 40 positive cases currently. What makes someone not be a positive case?
Well, they remain someone who tested positive. They can't come back for a minimum of 10 days from either when their symptoms began or if they were asymptomatic when their test was collected. We use the test collection date if they've had no symptoms.
So 6 weeks from now, someone tested positive and that number is still showing as a positive case.
Well, what will happen is the numbers that are active cases will be the cases that were reported this week. And if you drill down further into the dashboard, we'll have the total number of cases that we've had on that individual campus, the duration of the time we've been collecting data, but the active cases will only be the ones that were reported on that Monday to TEA as active cases that week.
So that number is just from weekly reports from that week, not combined.
No, sir. The total column will be the combined numbers, but the active cases will be those that were reported to TEA at the required Monday report.
And with that, what do we do for false negatives on tests? Or I'm sorry, false positives that have occurred?
The false, what I'm hearing from everyone I'm talking to on the CDC and the Department of State Health Services call weekly from Texas and everyone else is that false negatives are much more common with all the different varieties of tests than false positives.
Okay, on either case, are we tracking and amending numbers, or are we just leaving the numbers?
We'll just leave the numbers. In fact, what Tarrant County has told me is their standard at this point is if you have had a positive test, you are positive, because the false negative is so much more common than a false positive.
Let me ask, thanks, Ms. Minnerly. Let me ask and Ms. Brown, tell me what's changed on the, masks have always been optional. So now I guess I want to know clarification of the exact change from what happened before to now on pre-K and kindergarten students wearing masks.
So initially we just said pre-K and K were not required to wear masks. So from our last meeting, we got with the pre-K teachers and we got with a few principals to say, because we're getting feedback, we heard some in the board meeting and also from some teachers to say, I'm not as comfortable if students are not wearing a mask. And so we thought, like, developmentally, what's appropriate? Let's kind of dig into it a little bit more. And then how can we find a balance of teaching students hygiene and how to wear a mask, and then making sure in public spaces they don the mask, but in the classroom feeling like that they would be okay without wearing the mask. And so we just wanted to double check and kind of source that with our teachers and with a few principals before we made the final call. And that's what we brought for you today.
And I think that's fine. I think those are reasonable requests, but I can tell you, listening to their explanation earlier and some of the questions, I was confused about and listen, I have a 4-year-old. So I understand the challenges it takes for a 4-year-old. And my 4-year-old does great wearing a mask, walking into the store, going to the store when we need it. 8 hours a day is a different discussion, right? And I think that's the part that's the challenge on that. So I heard if they're around any other students. So in the classroom, is that considered around other students, or is it only if they're just sitting at their desk, they don't have to wear a mask?
No, sir, they will not wear them in the classroom, only in transition. So if they're in the hallway and they're around other groups of students, or teachers in the hallways in transition, if there's, minimal transitions for pre-Kers anyway.
Of course. Yeah.
And the other thing is just that, occasionally putting it on as the teacher is using it as a teachable moment to say, this is how you wear it. Make sure you put it behind your ears. This is why it's important. But they would not be required in the classroom to wear it. Now, we do realize some parents may say, I want my child to wear a mask. And if they want their child to wear a mask, that's okay too.
By all means. The explanation that was coming a little earlier, it made it seem like if they're around any other students in the classroom even, they're going to be required to wear a mask. And so I heard some confusion with that, and I read it. I agree, but when the questions were answered, I didn't hear that. And maybe I misheard or was thinking of something else during that time, but that is not. So I just wanted clarification for that. And let me ask, what's the discipline procedures if a pre-K or kindergartner won't wear a mask?
Well, it's not required. So it's not a part of the code of conduct for a pre-Ker. So we're recommending, of course, in transition that the kids do don the mask. Again, minimal transitions, but when they do, that they are around other students to wear the mask. So we're not looking at disciplining a 4-year-old if they don't wear the mask and we ask them to in the hallway.
I agree. Listen, and our pre-K and kindergarten teachers know how to work magic with pre-K and kindergarten. So I just wanted
better than we can.
Right, without a doubt. So, okay, that's all the question I have.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Hogg. Are there any other questions from trustees? Yes, Dr. Reich.
Thank you, President Mays. Dr. Brown, on the temperature scanners, just to clarify to make sure, for campuses that will have multiple points of entry, we'll have enough devices to cover all those multiple points of entry. It's not just going to be one per campus. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We are looking, of course, at the secondary schools that have multiple entry points would need more devices. Perhaps our smaller elementaries would need only one. That's why we ordered an extra, 25 plus, more than our actual school count, to make sure we can operate, at the secondary levels with more of those cameras.
Okay, and these are a purchase, so it's a purchase agreement. What stipulations and protections do we have on that equipment in case of a malfunction? And emergency replacement and that type of thing?
I don't have an answer to that. I don't know if Mr. Upchurch does, or Dr. C, you have that information, or if we can get it.
Yeah, we can get that information, or if Eric, you know that information readily available.
Yes, we, Trustee Reich, we have a standard warranty on that equipment, and we do plan to keep 1 or 2 on standby for replacement. We did discuss that with the vendors. So that way we can swap one out if we have any issues.
Okay. And I'm looking at the situation that will hopefully never happen. So what would happen if one of these units go down at the beginning of school for that particular campus? Is it going to be, we'll just wait and screen as soon as we can get the new unit to campus that day and let it go, or what will the procedure be?
I think that it'll really be a manual scanning at that point with regular temperature handheld scanners. So the process is that the large cameras efficiently move the students through, and if there's a positive hit, then they go off to the side and they have to be scanned with a hand scanner. So that'll just continue until we can get over there with the camera fix.
Okay, very good. Thank you. That was really the only question I had. And there's definitely, to Mr. Hogg's point previously, as far as communication out to parents, there's a lot of information and questions, and I've seen misinformation going out there, a lot of speculation. What is this going to look like, both as far as the teaching and learning model, as well as just the operational things, whether it's with bus or exit entry. So what I would recommend, if it's not already in place for that communication plan, of course, every campus has their own autonomy on communication and what that looks like, but maybe there should be at least a minimum set of district level standards of what items need to be communicated at a minimum. I'd put that out there, because obviously at our level, we've talked about things pretty consistently that I think are the base level. And those are the things that I've heard a lot of swirling about as far as confusion or uncertainties. So if that's not already in place, that would be a recommendation that I have for you on the ops side. That's all I have. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reich. Are there any other questions from trustees?
President Mays, I have a question.
Okay, Mr. Chapa.
Thank you, President Mays. I had a question on the bringing devices back to campus. I know we've checked out a lot of devices, and we're encouraging students to bring those back if they come back in person, and then also encouraging them to bring their own devices if they've been using them. But what do we do about students who maybe they've been using a desktop, or who maybe for whatever reason the device that they've been using, even though it's mobile, they don't, the parents don't want it to come back to school or something like that? What are we doing for those students?
Yeah, that's a great question. And that's one of the reasons why I mentioned that we're continuing to acquire additional devices. So we'll be able to fill those gaps at the classrooms. And also, if we have those situations where we have a student who doesn't have a device, where teachers have additional options where they can still engage the student, they may have to project their lesson on the screen so that all kids can see it at once. Maybe some even paper packets if we have to do that, which we don't want to do that, but that's also an option. So just really weighing different options depending on if they have it or not. So we're continuing to acquire devices, looking at additional opportunities and ways that we can still engage all students with a device or not.
Okay.
In the classroom.
And I know that there's going to be fewer kids in the classrooms during the hybrid transition. So this may be more of a concern for when we return, at least right now under the state guidelines. Anybody who wants to come at the elementary and junior high level on October 13th. But are we taking any steps to make sure that because we're going to be using so much technology this year, that there's enough outlets in classrooms? Do we need to be buying power strips or things like that so they can keep the devices charged?
Dr. Brown's favorite question. Go ahead, Dr. Brown.
Yes, sir. We purchased, I think over 3,000, Eric, maybe 3,000 power strips. And again, students can still use the laptop I can't think of the right word, the Chromebook cart.
The carts.
They can charge in the Chromebook cart, but we also purchased, I think, over 3,000 power strips that students will also be able to use, because we know we're gonna need a lot more power than we normally do with all those devices. So.
Okay. And so when we return in person, would a student be able to leave their Chromebook, say in one of the Chromebook carts overnight to charge there, or will we be requiring them to take them home every day?
And one of the reasons why we want the students to take their Chromebooks or their device home is because what if we have to go into quarantine that particular class for some reason? We want to make sure they have access to technology. So students will actually bring their device back and forth to school.
Okay. All right. And has it been communicated to teachers that they have access to the Chromebook carts? Because I have heard through a few different channels that they weren't aware that that was something that they could touch.
If they're not sure, we'll make sure they're sure. Let us look into that, Trustee Chapa, just to make sure.
Just some feedback that I had got. Okay, well, this is good information, and thanks as always for your hard work on it. And I wanted to just take a minute we started getting some emails, and throughout the week we've been, now that Tarrant County has their dashboard in place, it occupies a lot of news coverage, it seems, of how schools are going through the reopening. And the numbers you presented tonight, I think, we've got to be at a certain point, and I tried to emphasize this in my comments at the last meeting, looking at this at a little bit more granular level than a countywide dashboard, because, as the numbers come down and given the way some of the metrics are defined, they can be really sensitive. And so just because on a particular day, and we've already had this happen twice now, where the county goes from yellow to red, and then it goes back to yellow, and then it goes back to red. And so just to a caution for everyone, that to remind them that we're all concerned about student and staff safety in our reopening, and we're looking at that data closely. And statistical fluctuations could make that dashboard go back and forth. And I think the most important thing is to look at how the situation is on the ground here in AISD, and the case count numbers are looking much better than they were 2 weeks ago. And so, we'll continue to monitor it. I know, Dr. Cavazos, you and your staff have safety, and you've said this over and over again, at the forefront of everything you do, and we're going to keep doing that. And so look forward to hopefully those numbers continue to trend the right direction, and us getting students back on campus as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chapa. Dr. Brown, I have a few just randomly spread out questions. For the body temperature, is there a particular temperature that we're looking for that would set off?
Eric, do you know the answer to that?
Is or Annette Minerly, probably.
100.3.
Annette has probably the.
Hi, Annette. Hi. Yes, ma'am. Anyone who has a temperature of 100 or greater that is verified by an actual thermometer. So if they come past the camera, what will happen first is they'll be given a cool down opportunity, and then we'll run them by the camera again. If it's still setting off, then we'll manually check their temperature. And if it's 100 or greater, then yes, they need to go home. But that's a standard temperature at which we would always exclude from school, even in non-COVID times.
Okay, just wanted to confirm that. And then when, let's say we have 40 students at a time walk through, how easy is it to identify which of the 40 individuals are the ones that are setting off the thermometer?
Well, that actually was why we chose this particular model of camera, because when you're doing a mass screening like that, the person who's monitoring has a laptop or a similar device, and it has it merges both the infrared picture and a standard picture. And each individual that has, when it takes their temperature, if it's below whatever target you set, there's a green box around their face with the temperature reading over their face. And if it's too high, there's a red box. And then over to the side of the screen, there are little thumbnails of each individual that set the thing off, so that it's very easy for the person monitoring to know exactly which student it is they need to call over and do the re-temperature check on that individual.
Okay. Okay. And I am assuming, but I will still ask that we have enough personnel that will be able to be in those positions to read the heat thermometers during entry and exit.
So I can speak to that for entry. Certainly our campuses have been asked to create like an arrival team. And so they have a set number of team members who will be available every day, who will be able to monitor not only that, but also the screening to make sure students have screened. And so they already have their safety team, if you will, in place to do arrival safely.
Okay, and they'll be trained and ready to go on day one.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when we start back on the 28th, for the secondary level that's doing hybrid, do we have any concern over any students that may be confused or not understand that we're going back with certain alphas for their last names and they get all the way to school? How far would they get before they find out they weren't supposed to be there that day?
Well, I know that our high schools and all of our schools are going to be communicating again on Monday what the days are that the kids are supposed to come. We know things happen and a kid might end up showing up. And so we'll deal with it like we would normally. So if the kid shows up and they're not supposed to be there, try to get a hold of a parent. If for some reason we're not able to secure a parent to pick up the child, we'll secure the child and make sure they're able to still engage in learning. So we'll make it work, basically.
Okay. That's a good answer, to make it work. Okay. Would there be any kind of advertising on the bus? I know I always ask about buses, but my students did ride the bus for a while and their buses were full. So that's, a huge population of our students. Will there be anything on the bus that just says what Alphas is for that day? Just another way to advertise that information.
That's a good idea, President Mays. We'll work with our transportation team. We can easily do that.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so for the one that had, I want my child to continue to do virtual, or I want my child to be in a class, and then you had unknown, I just want to confirm that unknown was not an option for a parent to choose. That unknown is what we're using internally.
Yeah, that's correct. That's just students who we've not been able to access their parents yet to get the response, or the data is not fully in the system yet, which it should be by tomorrow. Just wanted to provide you where we are today.
Okay. And then for our equipment, which I think is awesome, and I think I've asked this every time and you've always said yes, that we will have enough devices for our students as we continue, whether we're doing whether they're doing the hybrid or at home and just haven't requested anything, we still have enough equipment for our students.
So right now, all of the requests for Chromebooks have been issued. So we don't have any students who are needing a Chromebook at this time. As far as iPads, we have a few outstanding requests. We're making sure that we get the keyboards in so that the students will not fracture them. So we have a few iPad requests that are kind of out there that we'll take care of. What we've done in the survey is we're asking parents if they want to come back to in person. We are also asking them, do you plan on bringing your device to school, so that we can have an idea if we need additional devices. And that's why Eric Upchurch and his team have been trying to acquire additional devices just to make sure in the event we don't have enough that we're covered. So as you know, that's a process to get those devices in, but we're on it trying to get as many as we can.
Right, and I appreciate that. We all appreciate that. Now, speaking on devices, I know we all want to make sure that we have devices in the hands of everyone that uses them, but I mean, you just mentioned that word of fracture. How are we keeping up with the inventory of our equipment? How often will we make a check, or have we already been having to replace for damage? How are we keeping up with that?
Mr. Upchurch?
Yes, President Mays. So we have been documenting all of the requests in our ServiceNow ticketing system. We work directly with the campus technology professional at that campus to distribute the device to the students. And then when the device is distributed to them, it gets updated in the system after the request ticket does. And we have had a couple of instances where devices have been broken. Of course, we get those back, we swap it out with a new one, and then we repair the old one. That's happened a couple of times. We've had a couple of lost devices, but we've found those. And so we deal with these as they come in. As far as this tracking has worked really well. We were able to recover the devices in the spring for the students that left. And so we did have an internal audit on these, on our ticketing system, and we've been following those procedures.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Upchurch. And then the last thing is just a comment. I love the hybrid survival guide, and I'm sure we're going to have a lot of teachers out there that will appreciate that. That was a nice touch. And those are all my questions, Dr. Brown. And thank you, Ms. Minnerly, and thank you, Mr. Upchurch. Okay, so we're going to move on if we have no other questions from trustees. Mr. Wilbanks, I see you're unmuted. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I did have one important question that I forgot to bring up. And so Tracy, or Dr. Brown, you guys are currently looking at the survey on how many students you're going to have in person. And at the same time, we're also processing the accommodations for staff. So we know how many are going to work remote. I'm a resource and process guy, so I'm really concerned about where we are in terms of matching up the demand that we're going to have for in-person with an actual teacher that will be in person, and kind of if you could lay out in more granular detail how that analysis is going on when we're actually doing the sections and looking. I think the one thing I want to continue to praise you guys on, and the plan that you guys came up with, is we are in much better shape than most districts because we have basically one model that we're trying to match students we need to serve with teachers in classrooms to serve them. Most of our other districts where things are falling apart is they've got a much more complex model of a virtual academy, and now they have two sets of resources they're trying to match up and falling short on. So we've got a very simple, easy process, and things from this vantage point, from what you've shared with us, look good, but I'm more curious of what the numbers actually look like. For instance, let's say a campus has 2 AP environmental science teachers, and both of those teachers have medical conditions or comorbidities that we've granted them the ability, we have no choice but to let them teach virtually. What happens at that campus for those students who now have no AP environmental science teacher for in person? So yeah, just where we are and kind of figuring out where those gaps are is my big concern kind of going forward, and how you guys are going at tackling and finding those gaps and addressing those gaps.
Okay, so I see 2 parts of that question. One is just about the number of the staff members and what kind of cases we might have that we need to kind of work through to make sure that we're supporting their needs. And the other part is what we do if we have those cases that may require someone to work remotely or virtually. So if Scott can take the first part of that question in terms of just cases and just where we are with that, and then we can talk a little bit further after he shares.
And Tracy, Dr. Brown, do you have a slide on that you can surface, or maybe not yet, but
I could pull it up while Scott is busy.
Yeah, that might help, because I know we've looked at that, but again, these are daily, Mr. Wilbanks, that request, and I anticipate when we open, they'll be continuing the request because conditions change and people's situation changes. But I think we can give you a snapshot. Go ahead, Scott or Mr. Kale, if you have.
Sure thing. Good evening, Mr. Wilbanks. So we've tried to handle this in as much of an empathetic way and a systems process way simultaneously as possible. We've spent the last several weeks making sure that we gave employees several opportunities to report their particular situations and cases in a private way, whether they be underlying conditions or whether they be other things that concern them from returning. And we've been managing those individual cases with the principal to determine if there's opportunities for remote work, and then that's transitioned into other questions and opportunities when remote work is not possible, the options that the employee might have. If, for example, someone has an underlying condition, you may be able to accommodate, depending on the situation, work from home, or you may not. But we've been actively working those now for the last several weeks. I think we have our arms around the number of cases that we're working with in conjunction with each campus principal. And I'm pretty confident that by the time we get to the first day of school, principals will have identified where those gaps in coverage could be and have been given enough time up front to either create an alternative instructional setting, whether it be the teacher being able to do so from a remote location, whether it be a substitute, whether it be combining classes. There's a lot of different variables that are going to exist at any given campus and any different subject. And so rather than try and capture everything in a one size fits all, we're trying to make sure that in partnership with the principals and in partnership with the employees who have those situations, that we're working out to the best of our ability how to match those up. And I'm feeling much better that we're coming to closure on that, and that we will have those gaps as much under control as possible by the first day of school.
And so what you see on the shared screen here, I don't know if you can see that, I think you can, is the summary. And again, this is part of the reason, that this continues to change is because cases are cleared, people change their mind, people, put in a request, and et cetera, again, not because necessarily the imminent of school opening, but because people's lives change. And just keep in mind, outside of COVID, we get accommodation requests. We're a large school system with many employees, not just teachers, but across the district. So this is obviously more during this time, but this is a process that has been in place. So just in summary, what you see, I think on the top is what was in one of the slides, but you'll see some of the active cases. And I'll let you spend a moment to look at that. Tracy, if you want to add anything, or Scott, to what they're seeing there. That's kind of our latest, Mr. Wilbanks. Again, it still continues to be changing and processing, and I won't say that's real time. I think, they do this work all day, some of our benefit staff. So it's just a good kind of snapshot, I guess.
And that was, and thank you, Mr. Kell, for sharing that. And that was for all employees, but also dealt with teachers that have current active cases. But what I'm really concerned of is teachers that are teachers that parents know are their kid's teacher right now, which for whatever reason, because they have a medical condition that doesn't allow them to be in the classroom. When those kids go into the classroom, where are we in determining how many students are going to be reassigned and deal with that kind of disruption? I mean, people hate change, but it's reality. I mean, this is gonna, when we come back, we can't guarantee that a student, right, will have the same teacher when we come back October 13th, because that teacher may be on leave or may have decided to leave because or retire early, but most likely because they have an underlying condition that allows them to teach virtually. But then, so that student, how are they going to be served in person if that teacher is going to be remote?
So, Mr. Wilbanks, the easiest way probably to answer it at this level, because that is a lot of detail there, is that the autonomy of the school to regroup. So we'll start at elementary and we'll try to cover as much in this kind of conceptual way. The ability to regroup at a school is the principal has that autonomy. So it's very case specific, but I'll get to, I guess, some extremes. So if some extremes, then, it'll be a permanent substitute. But that happens in normal school years where a situation occurs that somebody needs to be out, FMLA, et cetera. And I'll walk it back all the way to the other extreme, which is, if this one particular teacher, and again, it's an extreme, none of the students are coming face to face, then that continues to be a virtual situation, right? I think that probably, that question, the reality is that it'll become much more complicated as we begin to open school and we experience quarantine and things like that. That question will become much more complicated. Right now, I think we have a good handle on that, even on those cases where, on this extreme, we need a permanent sub because, or somebody else to reassign. What we want to try to do, and this has been over and over, and just from the very beginning, just our instructional model, is we want to minimize the disruption to students and their schedules. We've seen what has happened in other situations, other systems, that when student schedules are disrupted, it really begins to have an effect across the board for parents and families. So we don't want to have a bunch of schedule changes at a high school, for example, if we can avoid it. And so as much as possible, we're going to hold true to you stay with your class and you stay connected to your teacher. That being said, if your teacher is out, then we're going to have to find an accommodation or a situation with a substitute. Kind of hopefully the last resort would be that we have to change student schedules around. We want to try to avoid that because we know how disruptive that is. And we've still got a long way to go with this situation, with quarantine and things like that we know is I mean, just look around, is experiencing all over the place and in terms of other districts. And so I think our general concept is connect the students to the teachers and keep them connected both ways. And we're going to try to stay true to that. And so I think the numbers that you're seeing are manageable. Yes. I'll put it like that. But I also don't want to set necessarily a false expectation that once we get rolling into 1, 2, 3, 7 weeks of school, that those numbers are not going to really fluctuate. And again, no fault of anybody other than the situations are going to change. And if we have community situation, community spread in different ways, then those numbers could change. And that's very realistic. And I think in terms of parents' decision, I think that a parent, stability in the schedule, while it may seem, that of course, over time will be much appreciated, I think, by the families and the students, that we try to stabilize their schedule.
Absolutely, Dr. Cavazos and Dr. Brown and Dr. Ware, everyone who's put this plan together. I've seen other districts and I see the struggles they're in now, where the parent population is revolting because of their model that they selected. They're guaranteeing to their students that they're not going to have the same schedule, the same teachers, the same nothing, because of the disruption their model has on the system and the limited resources, where you might be short teachers and the amount of students and the variance from school to school. And it's not pretty, I can tell you that. And so we are very blessed here in Arlington ISD for the model that we've selected. I know it's going to require a heavy lift on teachers. There's a lot of uncertainty and there's a lot of anxiety around that uncertainty. But I can tell everyone, I've looked at districts far and wide across the state and across the country, and every time I come back to our model, it looks better and better all the time because of exactly like you said, parents and students don't need disruption right now. We have enough disruption, and this model minimizes that. But having said that, I know we are going to have gaps, and there are going to be situations where a kid, because of teachers being assigned or not able to come in person, we're going to have those. But that disruption, even when it does occur, is going to be minimal for our students and our parents and our community. And I applaud you guys for that. But being a process guy, I would love to get a detailed report. I'd like to know not a detailed report, but I would like to know exactly how our numbers break down as far as once the numbers are available by campus, how many are coming in person, how many are virtual, and then where those gaps do exist and the plan to address those gaps. And then the other thing too is it's not just a people resource issue, it's a space issue sometimes. If we have over 50% at a campus, are we going to be able to socially distance those students, be it at elementary or junior high, and how that's going to work? And if we've mapped out, where are we in mapping out all the classrooms and the seating, and are we able to achieve at least 6 feet, or where those classrooms, where that's going to be suboptimal, for lack of a better word. Those are the kind of things that I think are important to know, and do those kind of gap analysis system-wide to see what we can do to address those gaps. So I applaud all the effort you guys are doing, and I applaud the plan that we have now, but I'm looking forward to finding out a little more detail about those things.
So David, you were asking specific questions. Were those questions for our secretary to write down that we are requesting from administration?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because her head didn't come up. So
yeah, so
I think she got them all.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes, did somebody say something?
I was just confirming with Ms. Welton that she has them, or if she needs me to repeat them.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, David.
Yeah, I believe I have them, and I was having some of the same questions in my mind. So thank you for asking.
Yeah, so space, where are we on gaps on space within classrooms? And where are we with gaps in matching a teacher resource with in-person students?
Right, the staffing gaps and space gaps. Okay.
And I'll, if I just could weigh in a little bit there on that. Just some patience with that report, because that is a lot of detail, and
absolutely
and it will change, and so you'll get likely a snapshot, and if it changes that day, it's not going to be accurate. So I think what would be helpful, Ms. Mays, President Mays, is if we could maybe articulate, and not necessarily here, but exactly what data is being asked for. In maybe Mr. Wilbanks can give us the bullet points so that we make sure we hit the target, because there's so many ways this data can be accumulated. And when we talk about gaps, does that mean for 1 day or for 1 month or for long-term the whole semester? So
I think it's not, I think maybe a conversation between you and I, Dr. Cavazos, to hash out, because I don't want to make it a burden. What I'm asking for is, for instance, when we get the number of parents that have requested in person, how that maps to specific classrooms, for instance, which I'm sure you guys are doing, or we have an ability to do. Beforehand, and then where are the gaps in terms of people resources to serve those students? And then it's not tomorrow, but we've got this coming on the 13th, so there are just a few weeks away, and so I would encourage staff, if you're not already thinking in those terms, to think in those terms to identify those gaps.
Yeah, so there is certainly a lot of thought in those terms and a lot of planning. It's being managed a lot at the campus level, and we want that to be managed at the campus level, because that's where those decisions can be made quickly. Okay, regrouping of students and reorganizing of a class and things like that.
For autonomy down to the principals. I think Mr. Hogg agrees with me wholeheartedly on that one. Yeah. So they're the ones most capable of being able to handle a situation with the best knowledge, and to be able to do it quickly and efficiently.
Yeah, and so the point with that is that accumulating that at a system level is on a real-time basis, or even a snapshot basis. It may not paint the right picture at the right time, but I think further detail, I think would help in making sure we hit the target with what the board's requesting.
Yeah, and let's talk offline about it before. I don't want to cause people to go rush up. I just assume that those are that's the work that we're currently doing. But given that it's more of a decentralized effort, then there might be a better way to go about it, Dr. Cavazos. So we can talk this week, later this week, or early next week about it.
Perfect. Thank you.
I think that's a good idea. Thank you, Mr. Wilbanks. Thank you, Dr. Cavazos. Ms. Fowler, I see you're unmuted.
Yes, thank you, President Mays. And I think this is probably for Mr. Kale. So Mr. Kale, if we have a teacher and he or she decides that they do want to come back and teach face-to-face, but then let's say their home situation changes, or a parent becomes ill, do they have the option then to request to be able to teach virtually or to take some time off?
So yes, ma'am. So this is a very fluid situation in most cases for most people, whether it be exposures that might occur today that didn't occur yesterday, family situations, to your point, Ms. Fowler, that could change. So there certainly is the opportunity to communicate that a personal situation has changed, and then we would go through the same process that we're going through now, which is to reevaluate what the options are for that individual. We effectively have a list of different things that could apply, different types of leave, whether it be the federally mandated leave, whether it be traditional FMLA, whether it be remote work. There's just a number of options that we kind of go through to see what best fits the individual, as well as the campus and the needs of the campus. And so we'll reevaluate that anytime a person's situation changes and come up with the best solution we can for the individual and for the needs of the campus and serving students.
Thank you, Mr. Kell, because I know, teachers may think, yes, I'm ready to come back and everything's great. And then, like you were saying, things can change. And I just want them to know that they're not locked into anything, that things are constantly changing, and that we'll work with them and not keep them locked into any situation. So thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Fowler. I do have one more question. I hear all of the logistics that we're trying to make sure are covered. We understand that things that are happening are fluid, and it sounds like y'all are being very proactive on what we can do. But one thing that I do have a concern with is the mental health of a lot of our students. For a lot of our students that will be returning, that have been needing or looking for that social connection. A lot of our students that are coming from homes where they've either had family members within the home that have been ill or that are currently unemployed. Just all the other things that have been going on that have caused quite a bit of emotional distress on our students, in addition to the anxiety and the fear, which we have heard from our teachers, and I know is very real, fear for those teachers that have expressed that that's what they're feeling. So just the mental state of our students and our teachers, as in they're coming, some of them are coming together. What are we as a district prepared to do, or are planning to do, understanding that we are going to have some emotional issues that might need to be addressed even before all these great logistics that we have of teaching can really impact probably a large portion of some of our students. And I'm actually speaking of students who I have spoken with that are truly dealing with some very heavy emotions. That is sad, but it's very real. So I just want to know what, if anything, is the district prepared to do to help not only our students, but also our staff that are experiencing a lot of these things right now.
That's a great question, and you're right, it is real. I will say that I can't speak to all the specifics that our counseling services team is armed with and how they're going to be supporting. We can certainly get that information to you. What I can share is there is a social and emotional learning lesson as a part of each class period. Even during closure, there was designated time that was dedicated to SEL lessons, and just kind of how do you deal with anxiety? How do you deal with stress? How do you manage your emotions? How do you communicate when you're not feeling well? I know that's something that was a part of the curriculum. I also know that with our staff, it's funny, Dr. Cavazos and I were just texting about this today, the need to remind our staff about our employee assistance program and just how you can take advantage of counseling sessions, and if you need someone to talk to, but also making sure we have that for staff, for our students. And so I'll be sure, Trustee Mays, to get that back to you all, the specific information our counseling services team is going to provide for students, in addition to the regular counseling support that we do. I'll make sure we get that information to you, President Mays.
Thank you very much. And then just as a board member, I would also like to know if it appears that there may be any additional resources that might be needed towards our counseling area or in being able to provide that information for our students and our teachers. Because to me personally, I believe I'm speaking for most of my colleagues, that emotional piece right now is almost as equally important as the education in the classroom piece. So just want to know if there's any additional resources, anything that's needed, that we're made aware of that if we need to help in any way.
Thank you, President Mays. And if I could I just got a text that we do offer a hotline for students and staff members, a counseling hotline that is taken care of by some of our counselors in our district. So I know that is another option for staff and students, but I think it's also about how are we communicating that need and that option to our parents and students and staff. And so we'll get you a comprehensive list of all the support we're providing as it relates to these services as well.
That is great, Dr. Brown. Thank you. Also, if you have that number, is that something that we could just say while we're talking about it, please?
I'm sure I'm gonna get it right now.
Okay, very good. And I appreciate that.
It might take a moment, President Mays, but I'll make sure we get that number before we close this board meeting out.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, any other questions or comments? Mr. Chapa?
Thank you, President Mays. And I missed one question as I was flipping through my slide deck earlier. And I just wanted to follow up with, I think, Dr. Brown, if it's appropriate for you to answer the question. But you know, our number of enrolled students has been trickling up since the beginning of the year. And previously, y'all had presented on different ways that we were attempting to reach students. And, you know, we're getting, you know, almost a full 6 weeks into the school year now, and we've still got about a 2,000 student gap from our projections, which I'm not surprised to see, given that seems to be a common experience with districts all across the country. And I think there was an article in the Dallas Morning News this week about DISDs missing maybe 15,000 students. I just wanted to follow up and see, you know, what at this point are we doing to continue to try to drive our enrollment numbers and reach those students, or have we established that some of those students are, in fact, they've moved out of the district, or their parents are just choosing to stay home and just waiting and see, or, you know, what's the status on that?
Thank you for that question. We just actually recently, a few days ago, looked again at our no-shows, the number of no-show students. And so we pushed that information back out to campus to say, these are the students we have in our system as no-shows. Have you made specific contact with each of these parents? So going through that list one more time and vetting it to see if there's anyone we might have missed. We know that we did get a lot of students enrolled with our home visits and personal outreach to parents. And so we're just vetting that list one final time to make sure that we didn't miss one student in that group. So,
and is there any sort of common thread among those students as we reach out to those families at this point? Are we reaching out and the contact numbers no longer good, or they're not at that address anymore, or are we actually making contact with families who are telling us in one way or another we're not coming back to, you know, right now, or we're going somewhere else?
It's a combination, Trustee Chapa, but a lot of them have moved in with other family members. They've moved across the country during the situation, have lost their jobs and have had to take in with other family members. So that's been a common theme of what I've heard just from some of the principals who've been reaching out and making contact.
So it seems to be more life situations that are driving the no-show and not a conscious decision to leave AISD.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
From what we've gathered, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chapa. Thank you once again, Dr. Brown.
I have that hotline number right now.
We're listening.
Go ahead and say that before we close out this part. It is 682, area code 682-867-9416. 682-867-9416. And they can go to, we have resources available on the website that they can access, but we'll also provide that information to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Brown.
And Mays, the hotline that was given out was for the school counseling. There's also a community support hotline that is very similar to that number. It's 682-867-9417.
Thank you, Mr. Wilbanks. Okay, it looks like we are ready to move on with the agenda. Our next item on the agenda is items to be withdrawn from the consent agenda. Are there any items to be withdrawn from the consent agenda by any trustee? Okay, I see none. So tonight we will be considering the items listed on your agenda under consent items. Ms. Moss, please share bids.
Thank you, President Mays, trustees, Dr. Cavazos. We don't have any bids or donations tonight, nor do we have any items over $50,000, but we do have a couple of items for contract considerations for you tonight.
Okay, please continue. Dr. Cavazos?
No, that was it. So
Okay.
that's the update on the consent, and we're ready for.
Okay. So is there a motion to accept the consent agenda?
I'll make the motion, President Mays, that we accept the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Mrs. Fowler, a second by Mr. Wilbanks. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we will vote, and we will vote via roll call. When I call your name, please raise your hand for yes. If there's no, then say you are not in favor. Mr. Hogg.
Louis Hogg, I vote yes.
Ms. Walton.
Holly Walton, I vote yes.
Mr. Wilbanks.
David Wilbanks, I vote yes.
Mr. Chapa.
Justin Chapa, I vote yes.
Dr. Reich.
Aaron Reich, I vote yes.
Mrs. Fowler.
Melody Fowler, I vote yes.
And Keisha Mays, I vote yes. Motion passes. Thank you much. Thank you very much, Mrs. Moss. Okay, now we will continue on our agenda with our discussion items. Dr. Cavazos.
Thank you, President Mays. And so this evening, we bring a discussion item and really more information and of the work that's been happening with our racial and social equity work. And that, as the board is fully aware, board passed a resolution this summer to examine our systems, our culture, our curriculum, our instruction. And so that framework in terms of this work has been developed, and Dr. Brown has been leading that effort. And so tonight we were going to do this the previous board meeting, but we pushed it off to this one, which was appropriate to have a good amount of time to review it. And so I'll just say ahead of time, I want to thank our board one more time for taking that step in that resolution. An examination, and I've said this to different people who have asked me, and I've said it to publicly as well, an examination, which is what we're talking about, an examination of self, of our system, of our culture, takes courage. It takes courage. A self-examination, whether it's self as a person or self as an organization that we lead and we have the blessing to govern, in your case, govern. A self-examination takes courage. And this board has demonstrated that courage, because we know that in an examination, we will find things that are not the easiest things to deal with. Perhaps things that we uncover that we have not necessarily taken note of. We've done a lot of strong work around equity with our bond programs, with our instructional programmings, et cetera. But there's much more work to do. And this board has taken that step. And so that courage is something that inspires us and the organization. And it inspires us in such a way that when Dr. Brown and, well, first, when I sent out as a district update about this resolution that the board passed, the feedback was very positive across the system at all levels, not just teachers, I mean, across different employees. And now that we start asking for people who are interested in helping and being involved in this very important work, we get hundreds of requests to participate. And that just shows that the leadership of the board certainly transcends in the organization. And I appreciate that sincerely. And so we know that ultimately it's It's the work of serving our students and serving them exceptionally well. But that service is done through the adults. So that's why we have to do this examination of our system and really address things. And we know it's not quick work. It's not work that can be done one day to the next. And it will be in many ways a discovery process, but in many ways also a process for people to really unite in the interest of students and our community. And so I just want to, again, thank, before we even start this discussion, thank the courage that the board took this summer. And then thank Dr. Brown for leading this effort. And you'll see the structure of leadership and things like that we're going to talk about tonight. But it will take all of us. And that examination is across the board, right? It's from all levels. And so a very, very proud step for our school district. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Brown so she can go over the presentation, and then we'll certainly have opportunity for questions and discussion.
Okay, I'm back. So good evening again. I'm excited to, as Dr. Cavazos mentioned, to share where we are in just the very beginning stages of our racial and social equity work here in Arlington ISD. So the time is now, and we are the people. Again, kudos and thanks to our Board of Trustees for passing this resolution that was not just words, but also we're expecting action behind it. So we know this is part of the resolution that you all did write and put together, is that all of our students deserve to learn in a system free of racism and social injustice. So you've charged us with engaging in a comprehensive examination of all of the things Dr. Cavazos mentioned, to make sure that we are intentional about strengthening, improving, modifying our institution, to make sure they're remedying any unintentional, intentional bias or racism that might be present in our system. So I'll highlight a few quotes from some of our staff members who we surveyed to ask them how they felt about our engagement in this work. And this quote from an AISD teacher and a graduate of Arlington ISD just said, you know, just seeing how Arlington's taken this matter so seriously makes me proud beyond words. I cannot express how deep my appreciation is to be part of this vital movement. Thank you. And this comment was woven throughout the responses that I was able to view in this survey. So many people, hundreds, are interested in joining the cause. Even when the survey closed, they kept emailing saying, hey, the survey closed. We still want to be a part of this. So it just shows there's a hunger and a thirst for this. And so we're very excited to get the work started. So just doing some research and just trying to see what's out there and see what others are doing to address this in their organizations is vital. You know, we're all learning. I'm learning a lot even as I'm preparing this information to share with you today. And so this definition of equity and racial equity by the Office of Equity and Human Rights was really powerful. And it's basically, the essence of it is that equity is achieved when one's identity doesn't determine the outcome. And that the racial part of that is realized when your race does not determine any barriers you might have, any distribution of resources, or any burdens for any specific group or member of a society. So here are some common beliefs. We like to talk about what we believe. And so it's not only words, but how are we making sure that we are enacting these words and that we are living the purpose of our beliefs. And one is that racial and social equity is not optional and it's not negotiable. It's who we are as a district. And this is the cornerstone and foundation of which we want to stand. That we value the racial diversity of our district. It is an asset. We are excited and proud to have the diversity that we have in our system, and that we hold ourselves accountable to be courageous, as Dr. Cavazos referenced, in all aspects of our work, and that it's important that we believe that it's important to honor the living experiences of students and staff members in our communities of color, and that the racial equity work that we are launching here with you this evening is going to be the cornerstone of our vision. It's going to be aligned to our organizational vision, and it's going to be embodied in all that we do. So the structure, as Dr. Cavazos referenced, and I'll go into more specific detail about each of these components. We have our district racial equity champion, which Dr. Cavazos asked me to lead. We'll have our steering committee, a learning team, and a task force. And I'll walk you through each of these components. But these four groups basically are the ones who'll be responsible for ensuring that there's a comprehensive examination, which is your charge, and helping us kind of look at the narratives that we have in AISD, cultural narratives, to make sure we're providing fairness, equal opportunity, and that if there are any obstacles that are present or racial inequities, that we not only identify those, but we also remedy those as well. So let's take a moment just to kind of walk through each of these 4 components of our racial equity work. The first part is the steering committee. So the steering committee is going to be 4 to 6 members, diverse district leaders that we have who will regularly collaborate, define the priorities, prioritize, and make sure that we are focused on the racial equity initiatives, helping us establish and monitor progress, our outcomes, our deliverables, and just making sure that we are able to make sound recommendations to Superintendent Cavazos that will help define our next steps in our racial equity work. So again, the steering committee, a diverse group of senior leaders and others who will be a part of the process of making sure that we're shaping this work in the way that we have intended to, especially aligned to the resolution that we passed in June. The racial equity learning team, this was very important, and Dr. Cavazos wanted to make sure that we had members of our organization that were learning. We know that a part of this work is going to be listening, learning, engaging in focused learning around racial equity, and making sure members of the team understand the foundational information that we need to make sure that we can disrupt any deficit views about race, participate in book studies, discussions of text, and really examine our own personal core beliefs and then those of our system that we work in, Arlington ISD. Again, that learning team will be a small group of people, but that group of people will be responsible for making sure the learning cascades throughout the organization. This learning team will also make recommendations of district-wide learning opportunities that everyone can engage in to increase their knowledge and their understanding, to make sure that we are all operating from the same space. The Racial Equity Task Force, again, is very important that we have a diverse group of members task force. This will be staff members. It will be community members, all walks. So we have maybe new people to Arlington. Ethnic diversity is going to be very important, that we can all speak about the lived experiences of the population that we're focusing on initially. So this task force is going to monitor the progress of our initiatives and our strategies, make recommendations to the steering committee, which then of course make recommendations to Dr. Cavazos. Again, we want to make sure we are choosing people for the task force who are committed to leading openly and having those courageous conversations. And it might be that even those members of the task force need some additional support and learning of how do I have courageous conversations about race and social equity without isolating my peers or making people, quote, feel uncomfortable. So it's important that we provide that learning opportunity for them. And I'll just share, I've been reading so much lately. And so one of the books that I've been reading is Race Talk and the Conspiracy of Silence. I'm also reading a book that I think is going to be important for our learning team as well. And it's really about how do you speak about racial equity and use like language of healing, because that's going to be very important as we're listening to real, authentic stories of experiences that we're leading from a place of empathy and trying to understand an experience of a group of people. And then our racial equity listening leaders, this is going to be an exciting part of the work. We've had hundreds of people who have reached out and said, I'm interested in being a part of this work. And we know everyone can't be in a task force, everyone can't be on the focus group, but everyone who's interested can participate. So one thing we thought about was having racial equity listening leaders. And one of the challenges or the charge this group would have is that they would engage in a listening tour. So in their department, if they're working central office or at their campus, or even in the community, that we ask them to interview 2 to 3 people with standardized questions about racial equity in Arlington ISD. So part of that, we'll be able to collect that data and help us identify themes and trends that we may need to further explore. And again, these listening leaders are the ones who are amped up and very excited about being able to engage in this work, and they'll help us collect additional data through personal interviews. So it's important, again, that we're seeking and gaining clarity and input from our stakeholders to understand their perception of racial and social inequities and biases that may be present in our system. So we sent a survey out. Dr. Cavazos did actually a couple of weeks ago, initial just kind of reminder about the resolution that the board passed, and asked them if they're interested in being a part of this work. And so we've had over 400 respondents so far, and people are still knocking on the door, even though the survey window closed. But I just wanted to share with you a sample of just years of experience of the folks who were interested. Again, very diverse in representation, which is going to be very powerful as we engage in conversations. So over 40% of the respondents have been in Arlington 1 to 5 years. I think that's powerful. First, they're newer in the system, and they're very interested in making an impact and a contribution to something very significant. But you can see it spans across even many people who have over 20 years of experience in our system are equally as excited and interested in helping us lead this work. So I wanted to share a few more quotes because they were just so riveting and just very powerful. And one person wrote that, she was in tears witnessing our district, addressing this reality and how important it is to take a stand and explore patterns of disparity and those who may feel that their culture is how their culture is represented in our system. Another one applauds AISD for taking the time to genuinely address this matter. This one's an AISD graduate as well, and a longtime resident of Arlington says, I know we can do better. Our community needs us. And then finally, it takes a unified effort to change a fractured system. I truly believe AISD has the potential to change the world. And that really kind of gave me chills. I have to say that every time I read that statement, because we talk about the importance of, being leaders and being world changers, and we have an incredible opportunity to do just that. So we talked about the importance of looking at self. And so looking at the Urban Institute talked about different types of racism that can be explored. And one ultimately is, how are you looking at self first? And then with that, how are you as a person understanding how your prejudgments, your biases against an individual or group or race can lead to actions that sometimes we take against that particular group of people. Then you look at institutional or structural racism. And the first one is really looking at any policies, programs that may benefit white people versus Black people. And usually that is an unintentional consequence that we might be able to tap into. And then structural racism is how you look at the interplay of policies, practices, and programs that unfortunately lead to adverse outcomes and conditions for Black communities compared to that of their white counterparts. And then all of this is in the context of historical and cultural conditions. So again, I think this is heavy stuff. It is going to be challenging to have the conversations and do so with courage, and for us to really make the progress that we know and be the organization that we're already fantastic and phenomenal. And to add on top of that, the work that we'll do here will make it even stronger for all members of our community. So this is really basically what the cycle is going to look like as it relates to our comprehensive examination and provide more insight into how our Black students, staff members, and community experience AISD. And I'll walk through each of these briefly. The first one is Dr. Cavazos, of course, is going to set key outcomes for this racial equity work, and make sure the steering committee's work plan is aligned and intact, and going to lead to the outcomes that he seeks for us to gauge as an organization. The second part of that is making sure that we're involving those impacted most. That this is not exclusive to only involving and surveying our Black students, staff, and community members, but actually just starting with them to get insight into their lived experiences in Arlington ISD. And through this process, having them have the opportunity to voice their reality, describe how some systems of oppression may play out, and then help us really be able to develop solutions that draw upon their experiences and what they bring to the table. And so initially, this could be an email survey that we send out to a group of African-American students, staff members, and even community members who have been longstanding in the community, who certainly have and opinions about their experience in the Arlington ISD community as well. And then having facilitated focus group discussions. Those discussions, of course, will be diverse, which is going to be very important, that we have other members of the community, diverse staff members in the community who are part of the conversation to be able to hear about the lived experiences and also be able to offer their observations and what they've witnessed as it relates to our Black students, staff members, and community members. Next, of course, it's important that we gather information. So we survey, we focus group, and then we conduct the listening tours, which I referenced earlier, those personal interviews that will give us another layer of data with a lot more people that we'll be able to tap into. And once we collect that data, we're able to synthesize it. We're able to find any kind of practices or structures, themes or trends that we might have identified that might contribute to this particular population feeling marginalized, this community feeling marginalized by unintended, usually by programs and practices in our system. We will likely need to involve external support for this. And so we have some initial conversations that we have been engaging in with external partners who might be able to help us with this equity audit work that we want to engage in. But how important it is that people in our district and community first have an opportunity to engage with people in the system. We thought that was really, really important and powerful, that people will be able to look at me and have a conversation with me about an experience versus a stranger, which sometimes can provide a strain for some who may not be as comfortable talking to people they may not know. So then, of course, we identify the trends in the data, we develop the strategies, and then, of course, we do all of this through our task force and then funneling up through our steering committee. The last part of this is evaluating, raising awareness, being accountable. So it's important that we're executing strategies, of course, that will be outlined in our district strategic plan, that throughout this time that we are tracking the impact of strategies and initiatives over time to make sure that the work that we have done is making a difference in our district and for the specific group of students and staff members. Consistently communicate with and involve stakeholders is going to be very important. And then make sure there's a safe space for our Black staff, students, and community to be able to share concerns, provide feedback, and celebrate progress. And then, of course, share our information learned from analysis, any unresolved issues with our task force, our steering committee, and of course, Superintendent Cavazos. Here's the cadence of what this work is going to look like. You can see we're going to be even busier. In October, we're going to convene our task force. Again, we have all the members who have volunteered for task force or focus groups. And again, we asked some very important questions when we surveyed the staff members in our district. We asked several questions. One, we asked them, what's a racial equity issue that you would like for us to address in Arlington? And it was very interesting responses from lots of people. And then we asked them, how comfortable do you feel currently having discussions with peers or colleagues about racial justice or racial inequity? So we can gauge how much learning they may need to engage in to be able to have those conversations. And then anything else they wanted to share with us, if they wanted to be a part of the task force, a focus group, or even just engage in any kind of survey. We wanted to kind of get an idea of where they wanted to engage in the work. October, we're going to start our survey and collect data. And then we'll have our focus groups in October and November to be able to, again, we have survey results. We'll be able to pull those survey results out, have conversations, talk about some trends and themes we identified during those surveys. And let's talk about this in an open forum where we have psychological safety for all of members of our group and in their diverse experiences and upbringings to be able to come together and have genuine conversations in an effort to be able to grow together and learn from each other. I talked about the external support we'd likely need to lean into, and that is once we have our focus groups, we have our survey, now we have trends. Having someone externally to help us pull through those trends and then be able to identify concrete strategies that we'll be able to recommend to the task force and then to the steering committee. And then by December, we hope to have next steps as to the work that we're going to engage in. And of course, this is not going to be a semester-long project or a one-year project. This is going to happen over the course of many years, we assume, once we determine what the actual strategies are that we'll be engaging in December. And we know that we are going to begin our process of our multi-year strategic plan. And so the thought is that our racial and social equity focused work would be a part of that plan beginning in 2021. I want to end with this quote by one of our AISD principals who said, "Our racial equity work will improve relationships among teachers, students, and parents, and improve the educational experience of all of our students, with an emphasis on leveling the playing field for Black students and people of color." So before I take questions, I just wanted to echo Dr. Cavazos' sentiments and his words and say thank you. Thank you for your courage and your leadership. And certainly am excited about helping be a part of this groundbreaking work in Arlington, and I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Brown. Are there any questions from colleagues? Okay. Okay, Dr. Reich.
I thought there would be questions, so I was being polite because it seems that I'm always hogging the floor here. I don't want to do that.
That's okay.
Thank you very much. It is going to be a remarkable journey. It's remarkable work, and I appreciate you. I mean, it is absolutely important. There is a very high priority with this in the midst of this pandemic as well. As you said, and you're going to be even busier, but there's no excuses for a delay. That's for certain. So definitely appreciate it. Really like the way you've laid everything out. It's very thoughtful. I've seen other agencies, other institutions look at this more, I don't know, I don't want to sound negative, but it seems more of a haphazard approach. And hey, we'll put a focus group or a task force together, and that's about it. And what you've devised is truly a thoughtful, methodical, leveled approach, so that everybody can feel included, and yet we still have a focus on outcomes and an ability to create tangibles and deliverables to truly change the system when those things are identified. So I really do appreciate that. The one thing that I'm curious about is, so the respondent number, it's great, 400 plus respondents. If you look at our district as a whole, that's about a 4% or so response rate, I'd say. And that's not a knock to those that didn't respond, but to me, it opens up more of a possibility that there's going to be people in our world, there is in our district, I'm sure there are, that don't really think there's something to really become of this. Maybe they're in a situation, they might look like me. They might say, I don't get it. I don't think there's an issue. I've been really trying to be humble myself in saying, I understand that I don't understand. And I think that's a very valid statement for people to say across all lines. So what are you working on to try to bring those people more to the table that really do need to be part of the conversation as well as part of the solution? Because if not, there's not an entirety of a buy-in to push this reform out further. And I know it's early in the work, but I don't know if you've thought about that or not. And if so, if not, great. If so, if you could give us a little bit of information on that.
Thank you. Thank you for your sharing your thoughts and your words on that, Trustee Reich. I think it's important. We only had, I say only, but 400 plus, you think that's not a lot compared to the overall population that we have, but we asked very specific and pretty tough questions. Do you want to be part of the task force and laying out exactly how much time that's going to be involved with that? Do you want to be part of a focus group? Exactly how much time that will be involved with that? And so there may be some right now who say, I don't have that time to commit. However, they still could respond to a survey. They still could be able to respond to an interview with one of their peers at their campus. Another thing that I think is important, Dr. Reich, that we're thinking about is when we look at determining who's going to be on the task force and who's going to be on the focus group, is making sure that that across our district, we're looking at to make sure it's equally, represented. So we don't have a higher population of people from East Arlington who are interested in being a part of the focus group, but that we have all different parts of our district who are represented. I also imagine that as we get the work going, that we're going to hear from more people who say, oh, you're actually going to do something with this. Yeah. I think I want to have a part in this. And then the other part, Dr. Reich, is once we start getting into identifying what the strategies will be, for example, if it's going to be a focus on curriculum and instruction, we might be able to tap into a different set of people who can say, oh, this might be an area where I see myself in working on cultural responsive strategies because it's connected to C&I, which is what I'm interested in, versus being a part of the focus group. So I think ultimately it's helping people understand and identify there's a space for everyone in the conversation. It's about where is your entry point and helping them find that. So as we go along to the process, I'm hoping we'll be able to tap into some other people and even make probably some personal invitations of people who may be reluctant, but we know they would be a great contributor to this system of work.
Right, right. I appreciate that answer. And the books that you referenced, I think it's having that baseline for people to feel comfortable having those conversations, being able to ask the questions and address the uncomfortable without fear of offending and that type of thing. This is heavy stuff. So I appreciate that. There's a lot of work to be done there. And I also appreciate what you said as far as the diversity within our district geographically, because a certain, somebody in the same racial profile in one part of town versus another, they may have completely different experiences. That might be from socioeconomics, it might be from something else, but we've got to do our best to try to capture all of that to put into this so that we are well informed and have that true sampling. So I don't think it's an easy task in any way, shape, or form in its entirety, especially at the beginning, foundationally trying to put everybody together that is truly representative. So I appreciate that. I appreciate you taking the lead with this as well as everything else, and certainly look forward to where we're moving into the future, and certainly hopeful that there is definitely enough tangibles that we can incorporate. I'm sure there will be into our strategic plan as we work on developing that over the next year. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Reich. Yes, Mr. Hogg.
Thank you, President Mays, and Ms. Brown, thank you for all the work. And I think it says, listen, we have a lot of task force and sometimes we don't have that many volunteers. It says a lot for this when we ask for volunteers, and we have a ton of volunteers for this. That alone says a ton. Let me ask, and you may have said this and I may have just missed it. On the task force, are we involving students on any of that task force?
So the thought is we would involve students in focus groups. Now, once we come together with the steering committee, we may determine there's an appropriate space for students there, but we definitely are going to involve students in small group conversations, in surveys to be able to get their lived experiences. And actually, they're going to be talking to Dr. Cavazos. He's going to be leading those groups with our Black students as we move throughout the year. So we've not thought about putting them on the focus group right now. Or the task force, excuse me, but we can consider that if we feel like the steering committee thinks that's a good move.
Yeah, and maybe that's a question for the task force to help decide. And I think that's fine. I think as a board, we've experienced a lot of really impactful conversations from students in our past. So I think that is something to explore. The other thing, and listen, I always try to get to outcomes, and I think this one's important as we started talking about of sometimes you have to listen first before you get to that outcome. And so I appreciate that. I want to make sure, and I know we'll get updates, but if there's listening sessions or task force items, and I don't want just a few board members, I want us to almost rotate on some of that for all of the board members to attend and listen. I think, the first step in this whole thing we've all talked about is, developing a plan, but listening to everything, and the way y'all designed it, I truly appreciate it because I think it gets us there and see some of those. And, you don't usually include quotes in lots of your presentations, but I really appreciate you added some of those tonight. I think it added a lot to it. So, and Dr. Reich said, so I would just ask, make sure, I don't know how, and that's another question for the task force. You probably don't want one of us on your task force. I get that. But find a way to make sure we're actively working on it and going through this, because it does then come down, and Dr. Reich said it, and you said it at the very end. I was waiting for that part of your presentation. Listen, we have a new big strategic plan we're about to design. Right. And anyone who's worked with us in the past, there's a lot of districts that talk about their strategic plan. And I remember in the last strategic plan, we talked about, do we add a goal based on equity? And we had some discussions about that. And we only added, we had set with one goal. We had action plans based on some equity items on there. And so we use our strategic plan as a district. We try not to do things that are outside of it. We stay focused. So I really appreciate like where we get into the outcome, and timing wise, it's actually worked out. You know, we would have adjusted a strategic plan, but having a new one that's coming up, I think it's really beneficial to us as an organization from our timing. So I just wanted to thank you and get a couple clarification on those items. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Hogg.
Thank you, Mr. Hogg. Any other questions or comments from trustees? Okay. Dr. Brown, thank you very much for your presentation. It was very professionally done, as expected. Always appreciate your thoughts and putting your personal touch on some of your presentations, but particularly this one. Very happy to see the work that's gone out that shows that we were very serious about the resolution that was made, and it appears that the backing of the district is just as serious as making sure that it comes to fruition and how we're going to do that and how we're going to see that. So I appreciate your efforts. I'm very excited and looking forward to some of these sit-down conversations and listens. I think that is going to be probably very eye-opening, and what will be a, how did my mom used to say, you know, the medicine may go down hard, but you sure feel better after it starts working, situation that will bring our district closer together, and will educate. And that's what that's what we are. We're about educating. And this is exactly doing that, the educating. Dr. Reich mentioned who needs to maybe be involved, or the people we need to reach out to. And it just made me think about preaching to the choir. We say that all the time, but we know that this is not going to be one of those things. The whole purpose of the resolution is because the choir already knows what we know. So now it's an opportunity to share that with those who may not know and or understand. Mr. Hogg, I agree with you as well. We definitely need to make sure that we are involved, not just for the strategic planning, but for policy making. If there's a policy that comes out of this, we need to have been a part of learning and hearing so we know how to make those policies. I think that's very important. To create policies for people, you need to understand what those people are thinking and feeling. And the task force may come up with some additional things that we as a district see has been missing and be able to address that. So once again, I am very excited about this task force, this resolution, and definitely your work and your fingerprints on it. And I believe that nothing else can come from it, whenever that is, and however many times it happens, but positivity for AISD. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, no other questions or comments. We will continue with our agenda. Next on the agenda is another discussion item for the TASB Board Policy Update 115. Dr. Cavazos.
Thank you, President Mays. And this is another item that we moved to this board meeting from last board meeting. And this is an opportunity for the board to get an overview of TASB Policy Update 115. And our governance committee has already reviewed this packet and this policy. So Dr. Hill has a presentation that just summarizes that, and we'll continue in the process, and if appropriate, the next board meeting for action to adopt these policies. So Dr. Hill.
Thank you, Dr. Cavazos and President Mays, board members. Again, to discuss TASB Policy Update 115, which was submitted to us from the association later this summer. In general, this encompasses legal and local policies associated from TASB and how that impacts the local board and the local districts. Again, legal updates in the policy, there are changes in the law. Legal policy should not be adopted, but only reviewed by the board. Local policies do need board adoption to revise, repeal, or change any of those policies. Some of the topics associated with Update 115 include board policies in general, compensation and benefits, freedom from discrimination, PD, academic achievement, accounting, and a couple of areas on student welfare and student activities. In general, our common process for review is that we'll look at these policies with the Board Governance Committee, our General Counsel in-house, as well as presenting some recommendations to TASB for review. We let every department that has a policy associated with this update make those reviews and make recommendations for change as well. In Update 115, there are 141 policies, and most of those, I've failed to add the numbers there, but most of those are legal policies with very few local policies and a couple of exhibits in there. Just a closer look at some of the revisions of the local policies in Update 115. BF Local again talks about adding that the language that legally referenced policies are not adopted by the board. Policy EI Local dealing with academic achievement addresses partial credit for students for half semester courses. And again, the academic services team has looked at that and support that language that's recommended by TASB. FB Local deals with equal opportunity, equal educational opportunities, and it basically says that the district's Title IX coordinator has the right to make every effort to comply in all that we do within the district with the amendments of 1972. FD Local deals with admissions and addresses the transfer of academic credits for students who are homeless. So if a student transfers to the district from a homeless or families in transition situation, that we're to take an extra close look at that transcript and make sure that we offer every opportunity for that student to get those credits considering their situation. Another policy, FEB, deals with attendance accounting, and that's the official designation of the official attendance taking time for the district. And that's something that's been, we've operationalized that, but TASB has recommended we add it to our local policy. Again, there have been several other legal policies. All of them have been presented to all of the departments. We'll continue to review these internally. The Board Governance Committee has reviewed these, and our plan is to bring it back for adoption on the October 8th meeting with the board. With that, we'll be glad to take any questions or further discussion on Update 115.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hill, for that presentation. 141 policies. Thank you so much to our Governance Committee for taking that into account. Do I have any trustees with any questions or any comments, or would our chair of the Governance Committee like to make a comment? Mr. Chapa.
Thank you, President Mays. Not much to say on any one of these policies individually, with very few exceptions. These were recommended changes from TASB to legal policies, which we really don't have much of a say over. That's just a restatement of what the law is. And then to some of our local policies where there was a lot of recommendations to eliminate some redundant policies or to get rid of some just language that was not serving much of a purpose or had become outdated. I think, and a good example would be there was one policy that explained in some detail some matters that related to how student athletes are governed when almost all of that same information is already explained under UIL policies. And so TASB took the position that information was redundant to have it in local policy, since all of our athletics are under the aegis of UIL anyway. So that is it. If there are specific questions, this is a discussion item. I'd be happy to answer those. And given the volume of changes that there were, if there are very specific questions, we can take those back to the governance committee and talk about them with the administration and Dr. Hill.
Okay. I'm not seeing any questions or comments. So I want to say thank you to our governance committee chaired by Mr. Chapa. Thank y'all very much. Thank you, Dr. Hill, for the presentation. And we will continue in our agenda. Okay, so now we've come to our open forum for non-agenda items. Mrs. Benjamin, do we have any requesters registered to address the board regarding non-agenda items?
No, ma'am, we do not.
Okay, then we will continue on our agenda. Next is our superintendent's report. Dr. Cavazos.
Thank you, President Mays, and just a couple of comments. And I do want to thank our staff across the district, teachers, principals, counselors, bus drivers, custodians. I know I'll miss somebody, food services, etc., because of their efforts. And so I know the board knows this, but sometimes it's important to emphasize this to our community and certainly people watching board meetings, that you get a lot of summarized information, because there's a lot of information that goes into our presentations. And what you know, but sometimes our public doesn't, maybe know as much, is that there is so much work going on at that level across the district to produce what you see in a summary level at the governance level with the board. And I just sincerely appreciate our school district and all our staff because they are outstanding. And to be able to get to this point with what is a rigorous curriculum, instruction, and while we're dealing obviously with a pandemic. And so I just can't miss an opportunity to thank across the district all our staff and our students for their patience and their continued engagement. We have a lot of students, vast majority of our students engaged, and then our parents, the parents for their patience and their support. And I know this is not an easy time. It's not an easy time for anyone. And I know the board puts a lot of thoughtful effort into the decisions that you make. But those presentations that you see tonight encompass a lot of work by a lot of different people across the district. And I don't want that to go unnoticed, and I want to thank them sincerely. So with that's my report. President Mays, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cavazos. Next on our agenda are school board reports. Do I have any trustees that have a report or would like to make a comment? Okay, I see none. I think just one thing that I would like to say before we get ready on the 28th to do some of our in-person is just talking about a teacher. And this short little quote, it says, "I wasn't born to just teach. I was born to inspire others, to change people, and to never give up, even when faced with challenges that seem impossible." And I think that's so appropriate now for our teachers. Thank y'all so much for everything that you are digging down to do. We understand and appreciate your efforts of returning on the 28th, and we are praying that all goes safe and well. And to our staff throughout AISD, thank y'all very much. As Dr. Cavazos said, we don't want to miss any opportunities because the work that is going on is extremely heavy lifting, but it's also done with a very gracious heart, which is one of our tenets here. So thank you to the district. Thank you to my board colleagues for having a heart of gold is what I would call it, and having the best interest of this district in place. And I appreciate that. So once again, this is a blessed district. We are very excited as things start happening over the next couple of weeks, and we will continue to be here and to be supportive in any way that we can do that. So with that being said, Ms. Secretary, do we have any items to consider?
Yes, Ms. Mays, we have a request for a breakdown of the numbers of the virtual versus in-person attendance by campuses and where there are gaps as far as staffing goes or space is available. I'm not quite clear on this, but on the gaps, how long a time would some of those gaps be there? And we are going to be patient, as Dr. Cavazos requested, to get that huge amount of information. Dr. Brown said she would be getting a comprehensive list of the counseling and social and emotional support things that are out there for our students and for our staff. We got hotline numbers tonight. That was good. And the third thing is, what are the dates for the focus groups on the racial and social equity project, as leading to board members wanting to attend some of those and observe. So I believe that was everything. If I've missed anything, holler out there, fellow board members.
To be clear, Ms. Secretary, the first one I had withdrawn in lieu of meeting with Dr. Cavazos to discuss what's more feasible. A more feasible way to get at the end result that we're looking for.
Okay, and that will be shared with the rest of us, I would assume.
Yes,
okay.
Definitely.
I think she was laughing, Mr. Wilbanks, so she was saying, why didn't you tell me that before I read all of this?
No, it's all right. It's okay.
Thank you very much, Ms. Secretary. Appreciate it.
Thank you, President Mays, for your leadership.
Okay. Yes. So with that note, it is 9:15 and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.